It was a tough go for the Fish to open the season. A homestand filled with bumps and bruises and missed opportunities. Tonight, the scene changes. Atlanta finds itself on top.
One.
That's right, first place. In the chop shop tonight, the Marlins and the Braves. Game 1 in Atlanta. Cloudy Atlanta. Rain today, possibly tonight, but not right now. Turner Field is open and ready for business as the Marlins get set to take on the Atlanta Braves. These teams on opposite ends of the East. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. The Braves, a first-place team. The Marlins in the basement. Maybe a change of scenery will do the Fish some good.
All right, Rich, this is the way I'm looking at it. Remember the off day after being swept by the Braves. I said sometimes an off day, even early in the season, can help out. Well, you know what? There was a travel day, a change of scenery, so maybe things will turn around. That's certainly what Mike Redmond is hoping for.
Not just a change of scenery, Tommy, but a change of some names, faces, and numbers, because the Marlins yesterday had a rough day on the field, both in the score and injury-wise. 3 players left yesterday's ball game, and 3 players went on the disabled list.
Well, I tell you what, not too often are you going to see in one game all of a sudden 3 players from that game having to go on the disabled list, and that was the case in the ball game yesterday. Early on, you just didn't see the velocity or location of Henderson Alvarez. Remember now, in the last couple of years, he has had some shoulder issues. Hopefully he'll be all right. There's that ball hitting that ring finger of Don Kelly, making his first start of the year, and then the foul tip that got the hand of Jeff Mathis. So those 3 players going on the disabled list, well, you know what that means. That means some new guys are in town. Reed Brignac, who we saw a lot in spring training, very versatile, is a good shortstop, can play shortstop. He has major league experience with Tampa, Colorado, the Yankees, and the Phillies. Carter Capps, we've seen him when he came over and joined the ball club, that good live fastball. And also JT Realmuto, 11 games we saw last year. JT hit about 240, is capable behind the plate. So you're going to see those guys all coming up from New Orleans. So all of a sudden you look at it this way, Rich, New Orleans is minus 3 players too.
They are. Well, they're actually minus 4.
That's right. Another.
David Phelps on paternity leave, and Jack Edwards Phelps was born this afternoon. So congratulations to the Phelps family. Phelps, of course, a long man for the Marlins. They need an arm here, especially with Matt Latos going short. His last time, Jose Urena is here, and so is the tarp. As you look behind us, Tommy, the army of grounds crew getting the tarp ready. The pitchers have yet to warm up. We thought there was a chance of rain, and it looks like the Braves certainly feel that way as well.
You know, you look at the radar, there is a bit of a cell coming through. Hopefully at the back end things are all right. You don't know how long it's going to last. We didn't see either starting pitcher warm up in the bullpen, so that was our first indication, and then all of a sudden the tarp being put on.
Not only a son for David Phelps, but a starting assignment. Phelps will start on Friday in New York against the Mets. The question tonight for Matt Latos, not only having to bounce back from that horrific start in Game 2 of the season, but he's got to face the same team that knocked him around and knocked him out in the first inning.
Yeah, and I'll say one thing about Matt Latos, a veteran pitcher. He wore it. You know, he accepted the punishment. He said, yeah, it was all on me. But look at the location. Pitches were up, and when he did try that breaking ball, he missed badly with it. So the Braves hitters were able to stay off that, wait for fastballs and breaking balls that were up in the zone. And if you think about it, the only 2 outs that he recorded, one was a line drive that was hit hard to left field, and the other was a sacrifice bunt.
All right, location. Some new Marlins. We'll get an update from the field from Jessica, and we'll keep you dancing here as the Marlins get set to take on the Braves. The tarp is out, but we're not done, so stick around. The call-ups speak out when we return. Atlanta. Marlins and Braves scheduled tonight. There have been a lot of firsts for Jessica Blaylock here in her first tour of duty with the Marlins, but this is not her first rain delay, is it, unfortunately?
No, it is certainly not my first rain delay. As you can see, it is starting to come down a little bit stronger now. I even had to go to the rain jacket, but hey, we are professionals here. The show must go on. A couple of new faces today in the clubhouse for the Marlins because of some injuries yesterday. Catcher JT Realmuto, pitcher Carter Capps, and infielder Reed Brignac have all been called up from the minors. Now, they're not expected to get a ton of playing time, but there is a good chance that we could see them on the field. If this rain ever does go away, here are those three guys with their big league opportunity, as well as manager Mike Redman on what they add to the team.
So, I've been playing a few games in AAA, so I'm just back and just excited to be back with the fellas and, hopefully get some wins soon.
I was very excited, obviously. Unfortunate I had some guys that get hurt last night in the game, but definitely blessed and pretty excited to be here. So glad for the opportunity.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not the way you want to get called up like that, but, I mean, especially when it happens to a guy like Mathis. He's a great guy. He's a great leader. But all I can do is come up here and try to help the team win when they give me the call, and that's kind of what happened.
I think that just shows how much better off than we were last year. That we can bring guys up now when we need to and have them fill in and fit in and hopefully help us win games.
In addition, David Phelps has been placed on the paternity list. Congratulations to him and his wife on the birth of their son. And guys, this rain is starting to come down a little bit harder. I think I'm going to go take some shelter now.
You need to, and get an umbrella, get a towel, and put your feet up for a little bit as Atlanta right now looks like it's enveloped with rain, Tommy. Lots of dark clouds around as well.
Yeah, you know what, Rich? It was the one thing that Craig forgot to give to Jessica, and that was his umbrella.
Do you think Craig knows where his umbrella is? It's raining. Well, we'll find out right now. Let's go back to Fort Lauderdale, where I assume it's nice and sunny. Craig Minervini and Preston Wilson will be with you during this rain delay here in Atlanta.
I just admire the fact that he took it. He said he was not good. He put his team in a hole by giving up all those first inning runs. So he hopes to have a much better outing. He hopes to have much better location tonight.
And impressively, he stayed in the dugout and watched the rest of the ball game. It wasn't like, he just checked out and went to the clubhouse. Leto stood with his teammates and watched it. On the other side of the diamond, the Atlanta Braves have had a terrific start. The Marlins saw that firsthand. The Braves sweeping that series. This guy was part of it. Shelby Miller on his way out to the mound. Miller gets start number 2 as the Braves take the field. The Braves come in at 5-1. They finally tasted defeat yesterday to the Mets 4-3. Atlanta won 2 of 3 in that series. They've done it with a balanced attack. Look at the offensive numbers are quite good. The pitching numbers are off the charts.
Well, Rich, there were 2 things that were certain. We knew the Braves weren't going to go 162-0, and we knew sooner or later their bullpen would give up a run. And their bullpen gave up their first run in that ball game yesterday. But overall, tremendous numbers for the ERA. And look at the bullpen ERA. Just 1 run allowed in 20 and a third innings, 0.44.
D. Gordon, Christian Yelich have been waiting about an hour for this first pitch. And here's the lineup brought to you by JM Lexus. D. Gordon, Christian Yelich, Giancarlo Stanton. Gordon coming off a nice homestand and series. Michael Morse following Martin Prado. So Prado moved up to the 4 spot. Morse back down to 5. Ozuna occupies the 6th spot. Jared Saltalamacchia homered yesterday. Danny Echeverria still trying to shake off the cold start at the plate. And Matt Latos will pitch and hit 9th. Then there's a look at 27-year-old, or excuse me, there's a look at 24-year-old Shelby Miller.
Yeah, in that game against the Marlins in Miami, 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, no runs. One of the guys who did pick up an infield base hit, D. Gordon, had a stolen base in that game as well. Shelby Miller, a 10-game winner for the Cardinals last year. 2 years ago, Shelby Miller won 15 games. He was a solid performer in that Cardinal rotation. Take a look at the defense for the Atlanta Braves, and this will kind of shuffle things around a little bit. Eric Young Jr. is in left, Cameron Maben the center fielder, Markakis the Gold Glover in right, Chris Johnson, Anderson Simmons, Peterson and Freeman on the right side, and Christian Bethancourt is behind the plate.
Braves have made just 1 error in their 6 ball games. Shelby Miller goes to work. D. Gordon climbs in. And he goes after a first pitch fastball. Pinch a penny bringing you that first pitch. Gordon 3 hits in his last 3 at bats yesterday. A triple, a single, and a double. And he lines that one foul. The count quickly 0-2. So he checks in at 346. You see the on base percentage at 370. 3 stolen bases. It's funny, the Marlins have struggled mightily offensively, but D. Gordon has been doing his part. He's been getting on base, mostly with base hits. He's stolen 3 bases. So the issue isn't the top of the order with D. Gordon.
You saw him lay off that high fastball, something that Frank Menachino keeps preaching to him. Stay off that pitch up, because you want to hit that pitch down and stay down on it, hit it on the ground. More likely to pop a pitch up that's belt high or chest high.
Fox Tracks shows you pitch number 4 was out. There's Frank Menachino, 2-2. And that one Gordon wanted to get a piece of. He wasn't quite sure on it. Emergency swing, and he stays alive at 2-2.
The Marlins have some interesting hitters since 2014. They have 3 hitters in the top 5 as far as base hits with 2 strikes. And D. Gordon's one of them.
Miller thought he had strike 3. And it counts 3-2.
Hey, you have Matt Carpenter and Jason Worth atop that list, and then Yelich, Gordon, Ozuna.
Ozuna's a name you didn't expect on that list.
Would not have expected that. This is a good battle by D.
So Gordon has seen 7 pitches. Miller in that win over Miami, a 2-0 win. 5 innings, no runs, 4 hits. The Braves got good starting pitching in all 3 games of that sweep. Julio Teheran, Alex Wood, and then Miller in game 3. There's that low pitch, and Gordon swings and misses and goes down on strikes.
Well, you filed that away. It was a good battle. He did chase a pitch out of the zone, but D. Gordon saw a lot of pitches from Shelby Miller.
Christian Yelich now. Mike Redmond adjusting his lineup just a bit, flopping, I guess flipping Prado and Morse, hoping it doesn't flop, so to speak. That one in the dirt. Change up to Yelich.
I'm sure Yelich kept a good eye on those 8 pitches that Miller threw to D. Gordon. I had so much time, Rich, during the 52-minute rain delay. Had so much time, but I forgot to insert Callaspo at second base. I had Peterson there. So Alberto Callaspo is at second.
Andrelton Simmons is at short, and he throws out Christian Yelich.
Which is actually interesting because the 2 guys, Callaspo and Chris Johnson, who's at third, have been platooning at third, and they both have put together some incredible numbers.
Yeah, you combine Callaspo and Chris Johnson, you've got yourself a great third baseman. I mean, Callaspo is 7 of 13 with a double and an RBI. Chris Johnson is 5 for 10 with 3 doubles, and he's knocked in a pair. And here's Stanton now. His average down to 158. 0 for his last 8. And a breaking ball from Miller is up and in.
2 things to look for in the game. We saw the Braves in that first series really pound Giancarlo in with hard stuff. The Rays did a little bit too. The other thing, when Atlanta hits, we saw very aggressive swings and aggressive approach from the Atlanta hitters in that series.
Stanton motioning out to center field. I think all the smoke and stuff that is gathered. And there's a light.
There's also
on,
a light just to the left of the batter's eye.
Yeah, to Stanton's right of the batter's eye, left side of the batter's eye.
Actually, both sides.
Keep moving. We can't see it from that angle, but from our look straight on, you can see a bright light up against that brick wall. There's a better look at it. Those 2 bright lights on either side of the batter's eye are coming from underneath in the concourse. I don't know if an alarm has been tripped.
Right in there. Right in there.
All you need is a smile and some eyeballs.
Yeah,
and
we'd have it. We'd have it set.
All right. Well, they're going to resume with those lights still on. And Stanton takes 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, you want to have good eyesight when the guy's throwing 96.
Bethencourt wants a breaking ball. He got a slider that misses out. Stanton faced Miller 3 times last week. A pair of strikeouts and a walk. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball. Stanton hits it center field. Maben back in, now in, and Maben gets there and makes the catch. And the Marlins are done. 1-2-3 in the first. Matt Latos looking for a bounce back start against the Braves. Let's go places. Atlanta, home of the Braves. Eric Young Jr. getting ready to go. And here are the Braves, brought to you by JM Lexus. Alberto Callaspo follows Young. Nick Markakis in right. Freddie Freeman had a big series against the Marlins. Chris Johnson's at third. Christian Bethancourt is the catcher. Andrelton Simmons at shortstop. Cameron Maybin's in center field. Shelby Miller will do the pitching and hit ninth. And here is Matt Latos and Tommy Hutton as you diagrammed it on the Marlins Live. Location, location, location.
And Matt Latos knows that. He gave up 7 hits in that first inning. Got just 2 outs. One was a line drive, one a sac bunt. See if he keeps the fastball down. See if he has a little better command of his slider as well.
And the Marlins certainly need him tonight on a night where Brad Hand's not available. David Phelps is not. He's left the team for paternity leave.
And it was Eric Young Jr. who started that game against Matt Latos and drew a walk to start things in that first inning.
Latos did not get out of that first inning. 2/3 of an inning. He gave up RBI doubles to Freddie Freeman, Christian Bethancourt, and Chris Johnson before his night was done. The shortest start of his career. And his fastball is up, and it's 3-0. Seventh year in the big leagues. 3 years in San Diego, 3 years in Cincinnati.
Nice easy fastball with a little movement there. Was set back a little bit in the spring, recovering from left knee surgery. A little meniscus cleanup. Bone spurs in his elbow. See, now you look at those last 2 pitches, much freer and easier than the pitch he missed high with. And actually the velocity's been a little better too.
And he whips a fastball by Eric Young Jr.
Nice comeback.
Good way to start things for Matt Latos.
You know, when he has that nice free and easy delivery at 6'6", he gives a hitter quite an angle. And I think one of those pitches early on he overthrew. These he was nice and easy with. He got the fastball about 91 and had some pretty good movement.
Now Callaspo. Can you be a journeyman utility man all in one sentence?
When you hit 538 you can.
That's kind of what he's been throughout his career. He's very versatile. He's bounced around. But the Braves have sort of found something. I can remember on opening night talking about third base and the question mark there. Callaspo got the start. Chris Johnson was on the bench, and the word platoon was used.
That's a good sign right there. Got the breaking ball in for a strike.
Just catches the outside black. But the platoon, as we documented numbers wise, has been quite successful for the Braves.
Go back to a game. I'm not sure if it was Latos' first or his second outing in the spring. He had a horrible outing. But remember, he came back the next time and had a real good outing. He was able to figure it out. That's the one thing that I've been told about Matt Latos. You look at the persona. He's pretty brash. He's got the tattoos. But you know what? He's smart. He's smart on the mound. And so he'll figure it out.
Two-2 pitch. Bounces in the dirt. Nick Markakis on deck. Atlanta at 5-1, their best start since 1994. They were a 5-0 team until the Mets got them yesterday. Mets won today, beating the Phillies in the home opener up in New York. In the air, Echeverria is there, and he makes the catch. Miami defensively tonight.
Well, let's see how the Marlins set up behind Matt Latos. No changes in the outfield. Marcell Ozuna back in the lineup. He's in center, along with Yelich and Stanton. Martin Prado, Echeverria left side. Dee Gordon and Michael Morse. Jared Saltalamacchia hit a big home run. Good to see him swing the bat in his at-bat yesterday in Miami.
Here's Markakis, and he takes a strike. It was Markakis that helped the Braves get off to a quick start against Miami in that series. He had an RBI single in the very first inning of the very first game. Drove in 2 that night, would drive in 3 in the series. Adding a couple more hits in game 2. Chopper to third. Now that's a nice start by Matt Latos. A 1-2-3 inning here in the first, underway in soggy Atlanta. In Atlanta, Wednesday, epic international showdown. The United States men's national team takes on Mexico. The Americans look to extend a 4-year unbeaten streak against their historic rivals, and it's in the sold-out Alamo Dome. Of course it's in the Alamo Dome. Where else would it be? In San Antonio. Coverage begins Wednesday, 8:30 Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1. It streams live on Fox Sports Go. Martin Prado hitting cleanup. Shelby Miller with a strike. Michael Morse, Marcell Ozuna to follow. Mike Redmond, a little tweak with Prado 4, Morse 5 in the lineup. And Prado, comebacker. Miller gets the out.
Not too much of a stranger hitting in the 4th spot. Martin Prado in his career, 57 games, has hit cleanup and actually done a nice job. His average near 300.
When asked about the lineup change, one of the things Mike Redmond said, for the time being, at least in the last few days, some strikeouts and the chance of strikeout with Stanton and Morse. He wanted to separate the two just to see if that somehow jump-started the offense a bit. Stanton 0 for 1 in this one. He's flied to center. Morse couldn't hold up, and the count is 1-1. Miller, one of the good young arms in the game, and certainly a big piece that the Braves got back in the Jason Hayward trade.
He's throwing some good sliders. That one kind of stayed up a little bit. Out of Brownwood, Texas, Shelby Miller.
His slider, Tommy, really does slide in the traditional sense. Some guys throw a real hard curveball and get a sharp break and call it a slider, but his still has that fastball look, and it darts away. That
then he has that
straight
fastball that's 94, 95. Here's a scouting report. He attacks, and you can see that. He gets it, goes right after hitters, 2 and 4 seamers. You just mentioned the Hayward deal. It's one of those deals, Rich. The Braves probably were going to trade Jason Hayward, but because of the situation in St. Louis, the death of Oscar Taveras, all of a sudden I think that trade came a little sooner.
Johnson picks it and whips it across in time to get Morse. Shelby Miller has retired all 5 that he's faced.
Yeah, the Cardinals were devastated, losing their young outfielder. They planned on Oscar Taveras for the next 10, 12, 15 years.
It's funny how the Braves, they weren't forced, but they felt they would be the proper thing or the prudent thing to trade Hayward. This would be, and this is, his walk year, so to speak, last year of his contract. Here's Ozuna. And all the talk in Chicago about Chris Bryant. The Braves, remember, started Hayward in the big leagues at the start of the season. So they essentially did what the Cubs are trying to prevent, and that is accelerate Hayward's clock by a year. Had they waited 3 weeks or whatever it is, Hayward probably would still be an Atlanta Brave right now.
Yeah, it's a good possibility. So you're right. The Cubs are trying to prevent that. Chris Bryant off to a good start. I was looking at numbers. Got a couple of home runs already in AAA. You notice Miller has gone slider, curveball. He's yet to throw that fastball to Marcell Ozuna. This might be it here.
Tied him up. Good location on the fastball. Counts 2-2.
I think Marcell handled that situation yesterday well. I mean, he understood.
That one hit against Miller came in that opening series. 2-2. Well, it wasn't a reckless or blatant tardiness. It was an honest mistake. The Marlins were not going to hit on Sunday, at least when the game started on Saturday night.
Which many times they don't.
And then change of plans. They didn't have a good offensive night, and they changed the board in the hallway to the clubhouse that has game times, batting practice times, from no batting practice to batting practice. Ozuna read it on the way in on Saturday night. He didn't read it on the way out, and thus he was late for batting practice Sunday morning. 3-2 coming. Ozuna fights off a fastball. Marlins took early batting practice today. Ozuna one of those. That served 2 purposes. It's a team trying to find itself offensively, and you wanted to beat the rain because it did rain during Marlins batting practice, though they did get it in.
I know you and I have memos posted on the wall coming in and out of the TV booth all the time. We always have to check.
Tie or polo shirt?
Yeah. Socks, no socks.
Tees or no tees? Marlins have forced Miller to throw a lot of pitches. And Ozuna keeps this at bat alive.
Now remember the 8-pitch at bat of D. Gordon. So far, Ozuna's seen 9. The next one will be number 10.
Number 11 is next.
Normally you would say this is a good sign, but with the way the Braves bullpen is pitched, of course, sooner or later.
Smoked down the line and into the corner it goes. Outstanding at bat by Ozuna, and he's got himself a double.
You could just feel that he was going to hit the ball hard. Whether or not he would get a base hit would be another story, but he had such a good at bat. Finally was able to adjust to that fastball, that two-seamer that moved in, and kept it fair up the third baseline. Good hitting by Marcell Ozuna.
First extra base hit for Ozuna on the season. His 6th hit of the year. He's in scoring position. There are 2 outs. And here is Saltalamacchia. Salty into the ball game last night after Jeff Mathis took the foul tip on his hand. Saltalamacchia took a foul tip almost the same spot. It didn't break the bone. It didn't feel great. And he would go on to homer in his 9th inning at bat yesterday. And the hope is, certainly for Salty, that home run is a signal that he's starting to dial it in right now. Ozuna at second. Miller 0-2 on Saltalamacchia. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Rich, I had a chance to talk to Jared Saltalamacchia about that home run and whether he felt like it could kickstart some offense for him, and he said, I hope so, but he also told me he's always been a slow starter when it comes to the beginning of the season, so he's not overly concerned. He knows that he will be okay.
Thank you, Jess. Breaking ball misses in, and it's 2-2. If you're just joining us, the Marlins calling up JT Realmuto as one of the 4 to join the club.
Well, I love what JT said. You know, you hate to get to the big leagues because of an injury, and especially to a guy like Jeff Mathis, who's such a solid leader.
Reed Brignac replaces Don Kelly. Carter Capps has joined the ball club. Capps in Henderson Alvarez's spot. Alvarez getting an MRI on the elbow and the shoulder. No structural damage, just inflammation.
This is the 25th pitch this inning for Shelby Miller.
Got that low fastball, turns on it. Freeman flips and Miller gets to the bag, and the Marlins are done here in the 2nd. Scoreless in Atlanta. The rain gear games continue. There are clouds still above Atlanta. Whether it's a family celebration, networking event, or a fundraiser for your organization, you don't need rain gear. Just arrange your next group outing at Marlins Park. All new food, beverage options include VIP groups, all-you-can-eat seats, new Clevelanders Sunday brunch, 1877 Marlins. Go to marlins.com/groups today. Matt Latos, a very different look and feel to his first start of the year against this ball club, which lasted just 2/3 of an inning. Freddie Freeman had an RBI double in that first meeting. Latos' breaking ball bounces up there. It's 1-0. The talented first baseman of the Atlanta Braves, who is, I guess, the face of the franchise now. It's amazing when he joined them. Center field. Ozuna makes the catch. All right, they still had Chipper Jones.
Chipper was around.
Brian McCann.
Justin Upton was here.
Jason Hayward.
By the way, anytime Matt Latos can get Freeman out, he's happy about it. Freeman came into that at bat 10 for 16 against the big right-hander.
And Chris Johnson's had success against him as well. And not just the RBI double that he had when they met in Miami less than a week ago. Johnson takes down low, 5 for 10 with 2 RBIs. He and Caspo, as we pointed out, have made a real nice combination at third base. Johnson 9 for 21, a homer, 4 RBIs against Latos.
You and I have talked about the importance of Matt Latos and what he will mean to the rotation when he gets in a nice groove. 4 times in his career he's had 30 or more starts. He's won 14 or more games 3 times.
Good breaking ball. He went from an extreme pitcher's park in San Diego, where in 3 years his ERA was 3.37, to an extreme hitter's park in Cincinnati, and his ERA went down to 3.31. Johnson smacks that in the gap, right center field. Well hit over everyone's head and up against the State Farm side, picked up there by Ozuna. And Chris Johnson continues to mash against Matt Latos. He's 10 for 22 in his career.
They have 2 guys back to back. That fastball cut a little bit, got too much of the plate, and you do that to a good hitter, and Chris Johnson is that. And certainly against Latos, a 500 hitter, close to it in his career. Hit that ball well. A little wet out of the warning track, but you have to be careful when you're an outfielder and you head in that direction.
There is some standing water out on the warning track, most notably in right field. Here is Bethencourt. There's a look at that water in right field.
Just be careful, Giancarlo, when you head out there.
That went foul off of Saltalamacchia. Jeff Kellogg behind Saltalamacchia, Brian O'Nora, Alan Porter, and Mark Rippinger, the umpires. And having watched what we watched yesterday, the injury to Jeff Mathis, and even the ball off of Salty's right hand, you kind of hold your breath. Catcher of the future. There have been, what, 3 catchers of the future in the last 5-6 years, with McCann, bolted.
Saw where Brian McCann hit his 200th career home run the other day.
Evan Gattis traded to the Astros, who was striking out at a record pace when last we checked on Gattis. And Now it's Bethencourt, known for his glove, and they hope that his bat matures as he gets more time in the big leagues. He's 23. He's from Panama. So I guess he would be what, the second best Panamanian catcher in the National League East, right? Carlos Ruiz,
who we'll see on this road trip as well.
Muto. 2-2.
Bethencourt was on the Panamanian Little League World Series team. It went to the international semifinals.
And he walks. So Bethencourt walks. And that's going to bring Andrelton Simmons up. Mike Redmond, Chuck Hernandez in the Marlins dugout. Marlins hopeful that this road trip things straighten out. But they're facing a hot Braves team. They're going to run into a Mets team with a really good rotation. Jacob deGrom was terrific today. The Mets won 2-0 over the Phils.
Well, it looks like, Rich, the Marlins in that series will see deGrom. They'll see Matt Harvey in one of those games.
Andrelton Simmons, his average over 300. And his career against Matt Latos, he's 4 for 6. Early action with Simmons. He likes going after pitches early in the count. Latos avoids the plate and Simmons. And it's 1-0.
Yeah, he's a tough guy to walk. You piqued my interest when you mentioned Gaddis. First 5 games of the year, Evan Gaddis is 0 for 20 with 12 strikeouts.
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
Latos working here in the second. The 7 hitters he's faced, just 1 first pitch strike. 1 out. If he can get a ground ball, he can get out of the inning.
You were talking about the Braves beaten by the Mets yesterday. They were beaten by 42-year-old Bartolo Colon. Went 7 innings. He's off to a 2-0 start with a 2.77 ERA.
It wasn't his swing and RBI hit just the best.
Thought I saw it was his first RBI in 10 years.
You know he's got good wood on it when the helmet comes off, which it seems to always do. 1-2 coming to Andrelton Simmons. In that ball game, the reliever for the Braves that gave up the run in the 8th inning was Juan Jaime. The Braves bullpen is going so good that Juan Jaime gave up a run. The first run the bullpen has given up all year, and the Braves designated him for assignment today. Now that's tough, but he had some control issues, so Juan Jaime designated for assignment. And now Simmons with a count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He wanted to spot that fastball, the outer part of the plate, and Latos just missed.
Good fastball got in on him. You can see, and this obviously a much better illustration of it than his first start, that downward plane that Latos is able to generate and exploit with his size and his release point. Throws over the top, 6'6". Good breaking ball.
Nice.
And down goes Simmons.
couldn't do that in that first outing because he rarely, if he ever did, got ahead. By getting ahead, he could expand that zone a little bit. When you have an aggressive hitter like Simmons, you can do just that.
Cameron Maybin now. Maybin, a Padre throughout spring training, and then right before opening night, traded to the Braves. Craig Kimbrell and Melvin Upton headed to San Diego. One nuance to that trade that really wasn't talked about: the Braves accepted Maybin in the trade. They also took Carlos Quentin and then designated him for assignment, but they had to take Quentin's money. So the Braves took on $8 million of Carlos Quentin's salary and designated him for assignment as soon as the trade was made. Maybin to left field. Hit well. Yelich back. Oh, he got it! Christian Yelich, a tumbling, diving catch. Christian Yelich, the Braves are running like he didn't. The umpire has signaled out. Yelich still has the baseball. Freddie Gonzalez is coming out on the field. It looked pretty clear that Yelich caught it. The Braves runners didn't think so.
Boy, this is spectacular. Here's the catch.
Yelich, wow. His cap comes off, but not the baseball.
I think the Braves may have thought his glove came off, but it was the cap. What a great catch. He hangs on as he tumbles and rolls on the warning track and never let go of the baseball.
That is a Gold Glove play from a Gold Glover in Christian Yelich. What a play. And that saves a couple of runs. The umpires are headed. Freddie Gonzalez had to have challenged this for the umpires to be reviewing it. And I'm surprised that they're challenging it. You would think that their third base coach would have a good enough look to say, hey, don't waste the challenge. That's Bo Porter.
I think they may think one of two things: that the glove may have come off, which it didn't. It was the hat. And when Christian Yelich rolled over, they may be challenging when he rolled over, did the ball touch the ground? But no, the way he cupped the glove and kept the ball in there, a catch all the way. And all the fans are seeing it on the big screen here.
You know,
live.
I think the Braves just wasted a challenge because it didn't seem like they even looked at the videotape. Our first replay was conclusive that he caught it. For the Braves to challenge it, they may not have even looked at the tape.
But it's worth watching again. Wow.
Christian Yelich saves a pair of runs. We're still scoreless. And he deserves it. Our Rand-Eye Vision Cam. Another look at the Yelich catch. Remember, 2 outs, 2 runners on. They would have scored. Keep your eye on the ball. randeye.com/Lasix.
Thing of beauty. And appreciated by Matt Latos.
Danny Echeverria now for Miami. It's scoreless in the 3rd.
And Rich, that was challenged by Freddie Gonzalez. The call was confirmed, and so they lose their challenge now.
It's almost as if, in the excitement of the moment, with runners running around the bases, that the Braves decided we're challenging that right away, instead of going through the protocol of checking in the video room to see did he catch it or not, or should we challenge. Now, you know, the point may be moot. They may not need the challenge, but it's so early in the game that if something happens in the 4th, 5th, or 6th inning, the Braves don't have their challenge. Echeverria really in a tough slump to start the season. He smacks one in the gap right center field. Maben has good wheels, cuts it off, and Echeverria's got a hit to open his night. And that sets up nicely with Latos coming up now, and then you've got Gordon and Yelich.
Boy, that is something that Echeverria improved on. Remember, a 227 average 2 years ago, 276 last year, and when he was hitting, we saw a lot of that. Staying back, driving the ball into right center.
Latos' bunt is popped up. Bethancourt makes the catch. For Miami, some of the little things they did not do in that home stand came back to bite them. Bethancourt had to slide over the on-deck circle.
Boy, that's a terrific concentration by the young Braves catcher, because he knew that on-deck circle was over there. Pop-up slide, and he was right there for the catch.
So here's Gordon now, with Echeverria the runner at first. Gordon a strikeout victim after a long at bat. Back in the first, he went after a low fastball. Into center field, well hit. Maben over to get it. Echeverria will turn second, on his way to third, and he'll get there. And D. Gordon puts runners at the corners, and here comes Yelich.
D. Gordon continues his run of really nice swings. 10 base hits now on the year. They're shading him into left center, and that's rightfully so. Because Maben's moving in that direction, Echeverria knows that he can go first to third.
Just the tip of the cap. You could see the rain, which has restarted here in Atlanta. It's not falling hard, but it is starting to come down. Yelich bounced to short his first time up. He takes a high fastball, and it's 1-0. And now some in the crowd are starting to get up and head for higher ground. He got excellent speed at first. This is a good time to run here if you want to stay out of the double play. You've got blazing speed at first, and almost to keep the Braves mindful of it, you've got enough speed at third that you can't merely just throw down without looking Echeverria back.
There are a couple of schools of thought on that, and I know in our conversations with Mike Redmond, he loves that Yelich and Gordon talk a lot about what situations are in front of him. One of the schools of thought is maybe he won't go early to keep that hole open on the right side with Yelich, a left-handed hitter.
He's running, pitches up. Bethancourt's throw is high, and Gordon's got it stolen.
And I guarantee, knowing how those two guys talk, Yelich probably said, you go anytime you want. If you think you're going to get a good jump and steal the bag, take it.
And the Braves obviously thinking that a high pitch that was up and out, Taylor made for Bethancourt, who almost threw it into center field. Now Yelich with a ground ball up the middle with one out can at least get one run home. And he lines it foul.
Well, if Christian Yelich drives in a couple of runs here, it'll be the Christian Yelich inning with the way he ended things with that catch.
Two-two pitch. Shelby Miller. Up and in. And it's 3-2. So count 3-2. Echeverria at third, Gordon at second. Outfield playing Yelich over to left center. Big gap right center. Foul tip, and it just pops out of the glove of Bethencourt. Let's check in with Jessica.
Thanks, Rich. Tommy, you just mentioned that unbelievable catch by Christian Yelich a few seconds ago. It was a great reaction in the dugout as well. Of course, he got a high five from every one of his teammates. D. Gordon, he just kept jumping up and down saying, I knew he caught it. I knew he caught it. Even during the review, no doubt from Yelich himself that it was a catch. Once it was confirmed, he looked over at me and simply said, yes.
That's good stuff. 3-2. Yelich staying alive.
Boy, the Marlins had gotten that pitch count to 53. So they're making Shelby Miller work.
It's a big at bat right here. Looking for contact. Everybody else in the infield is backed up as well, even the corners, Johnson and Freeman. So you would think Echeverria might be leaving on contact here on the ground.
Yeah, without a doubt. Anything on the ground, he's going. And you know that Yelich is in a make contact mode. The next pitch that Shelby Miller throws to him will be number 9.
Another 3-2. Yelich to short. Simmons actually thought about coming home, but Echeverria got a nice jump, and he scores. And so Miami's on the board. Yelich takes away 2 runs and provides 1. And it's a 1-0 lead for the Marlins, and Stanton comes up, runner at second, and 2 outs.
That's a good job by Christian Yelich to at least make contact, get the ball on the ground, and pick up 1 run. Simmons the only shortstop thinking about going home maybe on that.
He has such a great arm. It wasn't just window dressing. Stanton drives that center field and deep. Maben is back. Warning track at the wall. He makes the catch.
He just got under it.
And the ballpark holds Giancarlo. Christian Yelich drives in the first run of the night. It's 1-0. your next group outing at the Clevelander Marlins Park. Happy hour pricing before all weekday home games, just $20 a person, and a little swimming in the Clevelander. Clevelander now offers brunch before all Sunday home games. Brunch is the in thing now, Tommy Hunt, in Miami, featuring $5 mimosas. Not mini mimosas, but $5 mimosas. And Bloody Marys, 1-877-MARLINS. Go to marlins.com/groups. I can't get through one of those reads without being a smart aleck. Sorry.
It's all right. It's appropriate.
It's brunch. It's a party. There's Matt Latos. Shelby Miller leading it off for the Braves. Eric Young Jr., Alberto Callaspo in the bottom of the third in a game that had a couple of twists and a turn. The twist was 2 runners on for the Braves, and Cameron Maben hitting a bolt to left over the head of Christian Yelich. He made a diving, tumbling catch for the third out, and then Yelich and the Marlins got a run in the top of the third. Miller swings and misses.
I think part of the start that Matt Latos had, his first one of the year, we were talking about at least his velocity was 91, 92, which is usually where he pitches. He's been there tonight, but he's had much better command.
Well, as you diagram too, the location, and Latos the first to admit it, the location against the Braves in that start on the second night of the season just was not there. High fastball finishes off Shelby Miller. 3 strikeouts first time through the Braves order.
We had at the time after that outing, we had Marlins general manager Dan Jennings on with us, and he talked about the same thing.
EY Jr. Mets are now 4-3 with a 2-0 win over the Phils today. Jacob deGrom getting the win. Tigers finally lost. Pirates beat them 5-4.
But Kansas City didn't.
No,
they continue to win.
How you like managing Paul Molitor? 12-3. Kansas City beat the Twins, and the Twins are 1-6. The Marlins not much better. They've stumbled out of the gates themselves at 1-5. That one smoked over the head of Morse. Stanton into that corner, which is damp. Young runs well, and Stanton gets it in quickly. And the Braves are in business. Eric Young Jr., his second double of the season.
Yeah, Latos has given up 2 hits now, both doubles, one by Chris Johnson, and that one smoked by EY Jr. Yeah, very soggy out there, so well played by Giancarlo to get to it and get it back in. Perfect strike to the cutoff man.
Now Callaspo has popped out. Good speed at second. Latos. Pitch fouled off. The Giants opened their home schedule today. Madison Bumgarner brought in the championship flag on a horse. And then the Rockies stayed hot, winning in San Francisco 2-0. The Rockies are 5-2.
Boy, the Giants are banged up. Casey McGee missing some time with a knee injury.
In the dirt. That's an outstanding job by Saltalamacchia, wrestling that pitch that bounced in front of the plate and keeping a very speedy runner at second base, and Eric Young Jr. That wasn't just in front of the plate. That was down near the grass cutoff.
Yeah, that's a good South Florida battery. You got Saltalamacchia, Royal Palm High School.
Latos Coconut Creek High School. To right, it's well hit. Stanton back. on the track. Young is tagging. Stanton makes the catch in the deep part of right field. Gordon runs it in. The Braves are set up with a runner at third now, but there are 2 outs. All right, here it is. Madison Bumgarner.
He's a North Carolina guy, right? He's been on a horse a few times. Look at that. Crowd was probably going crazy.
Even the horse had the Giants logo going.
Well, it's been quite a run over the last few years for the Giants. Both Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabian, their GM, they were rewarded with contract extensions.
Markakis coming up, and I would think that there will be a ceremony when the Marlins get to San Francisco. Michael Morse, who was a part of that World Championship, had some big hits in the postseason. Would get his ring. That's kind of the tradition.
That'll be on the Marlins' next road trip in May. It starts in Washington, and then 4 games in San Francisco, and then on to L.A.
Just like the Giants postseason ride, right? It started in Washington.
Well, Michael Morse contributed greatly in that postseason too.
Boy, Callaspo really hit that ball for him a long ways. About 385 feet to right. 1-0 pitch.
In that 3-game series in Miami, the Braves were 10 for 23, .435 average with runners in scoring position.
As we noted, the Braves had a very good starting pitch and lights out bullpen, which you wouldn't have expected going in, right? With Craig Kimbrell being traded the day before the opener, and the bullpen with 3 guys who had not pitched in the big leagues at all making that major league roster. But that's been one of the stories so far in the National League East is Freddie Gonzalez's bullpen. They've given up just 1 run in 6 games. (3-1). It's a good pitch. And it's full at 3-2. Almost got him, and it's in. And Latos now has to face a guy that has really hit him hard. And that's Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, you know, in the back of your mind, you had the feeling that Latos was really trying to get Markakis because he knows Freeman might not know he's exactly 10 for 17 against him, but he knows that he's hitting well.
Latos did get him out in the second. Freeman hit a deep smash to center. And those are the numbers, and that includes the 0 for 1 tonight.
Those are pretty impressive.
One-0 pitch.
And it really appears that's why a guy goes 10 for 17 against somebody, that he picks him up well, he's on everything, be it a breaking ball or a fastball.
count is 2-1. Chris Johnson on deck is also a guy that has hit Latos well. Johnson doubled back in the second.
Talked about the Marlins getting Shelby Miller's pitch count up. The Braves are doing the same for Matt Latos.
Towards the line, and no one's going to get there. It's 2 rows in anyways. The Nationals are in Boston, and Boston beat the Nationals 9-4. Nationals now 2-5 on the season. Two coming. Did he go? Yes, he did. Mark Rippinger, the third base umpire, says yes. Freeman strikes out, and Matt Latos escapes the third. In Atlanta, Miami up 1-0. North. Frank, here we go. This copyrighted telecast presented by the Authority. The Miami Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Miami Marlins. As you can see, the rain is a lot heavier than when we left at the end of the third. Martin Prado takes a breaking ball in. I suspect the umpires will be pretty quick to call the tarp out after an 52-minute rain delay before the start of this one. They don't want the infield to get so saturated that it'll take time once they pull the tarp off. Prado in the air to center field. Maven putting a hand up maybe to shield his eyes from the rain, and he makes the catch.
Well, when you look at the radar, there's no question when this game began that it was going to rain sometime during the game. There was stuff coming on the way. It's a matter of how much they think is going to go through, if there's some clearing on the backside of it. But it's coming down pretty. It's coming down as harder than it was when they stopped things and they put the tarp on.
You saw the grounds crew in their little bullpen at the ready in the starting blocks, ready to burst onto the scene. Morse pounds it off his foot. It's a foul ball. 0-2. 1-0 Miami on top. If you're just joining us, the difference in this ball game is Christian Yelich. Yelich, an incredible tumbling catch to save 2 runs, and then knocked in the only run of the night with a ground ball to short. So, Weather Command, the Tommy Hutton Doppler just installed in our Fox Sports Florida truck, indicates, is it the little green blob that's just going through right there? Morse, this is a tough play on a wet surface, and they get Morse.
That's a heck of a play by Shelby Miller, who was a tight end and a punter in high school, so you know he's a good athlete. You get wet turf. He had to go a ways, and he also had to plant to get something on the throw, and he made a very accurate throw.
And you got a wet baseball as well. My unscientific guess, Tommy, is that having looked at what we just saw in terms of the radar, there doesn't look like a whole lot of weather outside of that band that's across the ballpark.
So they're saying on the backside of this is not much. So play through it. Hopefully things will be all right. But you talked about those warning track areas, especially the one in right field that we showed earlier. It's accumulating more water now.
There was a note up on the scoreboard in between innings just to remind everyone that in the history of this ballpark there have been just 17 rainouts. They always seem to find a window, no matter how late. Very similar to the Marlins, right? Sun Life. It was not the rainouts, it was the rain delays.
It was the delays.
Marcell Ozuna doubled back in the second.
See if Ozuna gets a nice 3-1 pitch, puts a swing on it the way he did back in the second inning when he doubled.
Up and in, and Ozuna walks. 2-out walk. Saltalamacchia comes up. Game 2 tomorrow night. Tom Kohler, Trevor Cahill for Atlanta. The series concludes with a noon start on Wednesday. Eric Stoltz, Dan Herron. Marlins will head to New York after that game. 4-game series with the Mets starts on Thursday night. Saltalamacchia is 0 for 1. Ozuna away from first. Lifted in the air to left. Young in and back. And he's there to make the catch. Rain soaked top of the fourth is done. To the bottom of the fourth. Miami up 1-0. This game is under a rain delay with the Marlins up 1-0 in Atlanta.
I think they tried and they tried as long as they could. But once they see the puddles start to form on the infield, we've seen the ones on the warning track, you just can't let it go any longer.
Yeah, Mike Redmond's not real happy. And it's actually raining a little lighter than it was in the top of the inning. Well, there you go. Jessica Blaylock, you're down near the dugout. What do you see? What do you hear?
Yeah, I'm hearing that it's not necessarily the rain that is really the issue right now, although it is starting to come down a little bit harder. But one of the umpires explaining to Mike Redmond, he's more concerned about players getting hurt on this type of surface.
Yeah, well, for Jess, I think the concern for Mike Redmond is this is going to cool down his pitcher. And Shelby Miller just finished the fourth. Matt Latos was going to come out to pitch the bottom of the fourth, and it's Latos who has to sit down. Now that they've brought the tarp out, that means they're at least, what, a good 15 minutes at the very least from restarting this ballgame.
And probably more. So you have to wonder if Matt Latos, if Shelby Miller, for that matter, can continue.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back live here in Atlanta for an update and more Frank Menachino Rain Delay Theater when we return.
first edition of Inside the Marlins. We're going to go back to the minors. We had a chance to talk to players like Christian Yelich and Tom Kohler, guys that spent a pretty good amount of time in both of those cities, had an opportunity to develop their skills before being called up to the big leagues. Again, that premieres tomorrow night. It is Inside the Marlins, back to the minors. That will air immediately following our Marlins Live postgame show. It should be pretty good stuff. The boys had a good time while they were on that road trip.
I'd say one thing in talking to Christian Yelich about the batting practice session that the team took in Greensboro. He said they went through the entire bucket of baseballs. They were all gone.
But I'm sure it was well worth it. There is Yelich. You can see the remnants of that catch on his right shoulder. That tumbling catch which saved 2 runs. Yelich making that catch to end the second, robbing Cameron Maven of extra bases. And then the next half inning, Yelich would knock in the only run of the game with a ground ball out to short. Matt Latos gets as many warm-up pitches as he wants.
This is where in your mind you start to kind of adding up all the pitches. Number one, the ones that Latos has thrown to this point, the ones he threw down in the bullpen to get ready again, and now to take him from there. So 57 he's thrown through 3 innings. You know what? If he goes 4, let's see, he's due up second when the Marlins bat in the 5th. This might be the only inning they're going to try to squeeze out of Matt Latos.
And you could see Mike Redmond getting a status report from Chuck Hernandez. And I'm sure they're plotting every scenario. What if he gives up a run here? What if he has a quick inning? What if he looks good?
I think because he's up second, I think this might be, if they get a good inning out of Matt Latos, then again he may try to talk him into going 1 more and making it 5.
Brad Hand threw 3 innings yesterday. I don't know that he's available here. Jose Urena has joined the team. He is here. He's available, and he's the guy that they have slated in case there was a short start. And that had to do not only with rain delays, which we've had a pair of them here, but also were things to go as they went the first start. Latos obviously has cleaned a lot up from that first start. He's looked good here. Had some help on that Yelich catch. Gotta realign that. Hey, keep that thing straight. There you go. All right, that's better. I'll tell you what, grounds crew did a fine job here in Atlanta. These guys hustled on. They had the quick tarp out, tarp off. Wax on, wax off. Matt Latos on and ready to go. Bottom of the 4th, 1-0. Miami on top. Chris Johnson, we've told you, hits Latos well. He doubled in the second. And Latos bounces one up there. Johnson, in his career now, is 10 for 22 against Latos. He's had a hot start to the season, 6 for 11. 4 of his 6 hits have been doubles. It was a 52-minute delay to the start of the game and a 39-minute delay here in the middle of the 4th inning. And 2 pitches that haven't reached the plate yet. And Latos has gone 3-0.
Now, one of those other scenarios that when we saw Mike Redmond and Chuck Hernandez talking about, what if Latos struggles here in this inning?
If he does, I would think the reaction is going to be pretty quick. That's a strike. Johnson hops back into the batter's box. Because you're not really sure if he does struggle a bit. You got to get somebody up and ready in a hurry. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Johnson smacks another in the gap. Stanton is there this time and makes the catch.
This is where if you're Matt Latos, you go, okay, here it is. Hit 3 hard line drives at somebody. I'll take that.
Christian Bethancourt now walked back in the second. Braves have a pair of hits, both of them doubles, Johnson's and Eric Young Jr. And he starts Bethancourt like he started Johnson, with a pitch in the dirt. Reds and Cubs battling in Wrigley. 6-4 Cincinnati. Reds trying to go to 5-2. Matt Latos' old team. Liner, and it lands in front of Yelich. A base hit by Bethancourt. Here comes Simmons. Well, one of the line drives caught. The other lands in front of Christian Yelich for a hit.
And you saw how cautiously Yelich played that one hop, because the grass is wet. He knew when that ball hit the ground it was going to take off. So he played that cautiously and stayed back on it.
South Florida Honda dealers bring you Marlins Live tomorrow. Craig and Preston in the studio. It's an email and Twitter Tuesday and a premiere of Inside the Marlins. One misses away, and it's a ball and a strike.
You'd like to see a ground ball double play, but Matt Latos isn't a ground ball pitcher. As a matter of fact, he's only induced one ground ball out tonight.
Runner goes, and a good jump. Pitch is up. And a stolen base by the catcher, Christian Bethancourt. He's headed towards third. The throw to third is wide. It goes off the dugout. It stays in play. And a near disaster for the Marlins.
Boy, that was chancy on Bethancourt's part to take off from second to go to third. It would have been an incredible play by Echeverria if he had thrown him out. But the catcher gets a huge jump. There's no shot at all for Saltalamacchia. The throw gets away. He sees it. There goes Echeverria, but it would have been a tough play to throw across his body on the run and make a perfect throw to Prado. Fortunately, the ball stayed in play and didn't go in the dugout.
Stolen base, E2. And the Braves being aggressive, they catch the Marlins somewhat asleep at the wheel. Latos was not quick to the plate. The 2-1. Foul back by Simmons, and it's 2-2.
And generally Latos is, even for a big guy, 6'6", he doesn't have that big high leg kick. He just lifts it up a little bit. He doesn't take too much time, but Bethancourt really took advantage of it.
Miami's infield up the middle is back. Prado and Morse creeping in on the corners. Latos certainly thinking strikeout here with Simmons. And it's 3-2.
Remember, he did strike out Simmons in the second inning, got him to chase a slider off the plate.
Two coming up. It pops out of Saltalamacchia's glove. Runner comes home. Latos tag. He's safe. And the Marlins hand the Braves a run.
Yeah, with the stolen base, which was taken off Latos, the error allowed Bethancourt to go to third. And then a pitch that gets away. It might be a wild pitch. Anything that's up that high, it's tough to handle. The throw a little late. And Bethancourt ties the game.
It's a wild pitch. It's a strikeout. And the Braves have tied it at a run apiece. Or excuse me, it was a walk. It was a walk. And just a messy sequence for the Marlins, from the catcher Bethancourt stealing second to the throw bouncing off the runner to Echeverria's throw that could have easily gone out of play. It stayed in play. And then the wild pitch on the walk. And Latos fires high to first.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We focused with the delay, the second delay, 39 minutes. We focused on Matt Latos, but it applies to everybody out there to mentally stay ready, whatever you do, and back in the clubhouse, in the cage, whatever, to be mentally ready when you go back out there.
Runner goes, swing and a foul tip. The throw is in time. He is out. Jared Saltalamacchia throwing out Andrelton Simmons. And the count 1-1 to Cameron Maben. One and two.
That ball that Maben hit when Yelich made the spectacular play was a breaking ball. It didn't do a whole lot. He was all over it. That's a better one.
That's a breaking ball.
That's a good one.
That did a lot. But the Marlins hand the Braves a run, and it's 1-1. Home of the Braves. In this date in history, the Milwaukee Braves beat the Cincinnati Reds. First game in Milwaukee, 54. Aaron plays his first major league game. That the iconic shot. Tom House in the Braves bullpen making the catch. Craig Sager waiting at home plate. And Henry Aaron knocking that one into the bullpen and stepping into the history books. Great ambassador of the game and of the city of Atlanta.
Well, he's done a lot for the city and for this franchise. Looking in the on-deck circle, Matt Latos has moved into that on-deck circle.
Echeverria to face Shelby Miller. Well, the Marlins seemed affected, as you pointed out, not only on the mound but also in the field from the rain delay. The Braves taking that run. We'll see if there's any after effect on Shelby Miller and the Braves here. Miller misses with a breaking ball. Echeverria single back in the third and scored the Marlins' only run on the Yelich ground ball out. That's a pitch, as we've watched Echeverria struggle, that pitch that's well in and in on his hands, that either he's going to need to figure out he can't hit it.
He has a hard time laying off of it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
That pitch is even further in. The Marlins are hopeful that Etch's bat can come to life. If it doesn't in a hurry, Reed Brignac may see some time at shortstop.
He's a left-handed hitter.
Miller misses in, and it's 3-2. Be nice to get Echeverria aboard, then you can have Latos bunt. Inside out swing, pokes it down the right field line, and it's foul.
You know, we've talked about injuries, certainly with the Marlins. The Braves found out a little setback for Mike Minor, their left-handed starting pitcher. He's had some left shoulder issues, so they had a little bit of bad news when they heard about that.
3-2 coming. Again, it's that pitch that's up and in, and you know, teams with all the video and all the advanced scouting, they know they can go in there and get strikes. They can get swings and misses. They can get foul balls like that. That is in. And Echeverria, that's ball 4.
Yeah, I was wondering. I saw him take that because I was wondering if the one he fouled off was ball 4, even though he fouled it off. That one he was able to lay off of. Look at the pattern. Look at all those pitches.
It's no secret. And so Echeverria is aboard, and now you have the luxury, if you're the Marlins, to ask Matt Latos to bunt. He tried to bunt in the third, popped it up to the catcher. A nice sliding catch by Christian Bethancourt.
Now the Braves have to start thinking about Miller. How is he going to react after the rain delay?
And that pitch is up and in. And if you're the Marlins and there is an effect, you want to jump on him and take advantage of him right away. Much like the Braves did to Latos and the Marlins in the bottom of the 4th. Johnson crashing from third and Freeman coming from first.
It's not easy for both the corner infielders, Freeman and Johnson, because the grass is damp, so they know if they get the ball, it's going to be a little wet. But Chris Johnson is as far as you're going to see a third baseman get when the pitch is delivered to the plate. Look at Johnson. Look at Johnson.
And a terrific bunt.
Beauty.
Perfect spot. Nice job by Latos.
Beautifully done.
So a walk, a sacrifice, and now it's the top of the order with Gordon and Yelich. You get the best seats for all the action at Marlins Park this year. A variety of new season ticket packages, prorated full season, half season, 20-game mini plans, and the new 10-game pack start at just $240. Secure your seats today 1-877-Marlins or go to marlins.com/2015 tickets. Gordon bunts, and that was for a hit, and it rolls foul. It's 0-1. But it's not a bad idea, as you pointed out.
Not a bad idea at all.
The grass is wet. The base path is actually not that bad from home to first.
You've got Yelich on deck and Stanton to follow. Wasn't it great in spring training watching Juan Pierre hang around D. Gordon and the two of them interact?
That one day, Gordon actually came out wearing Juan Pierre's uniform, which gave everybody a real chill and a smile.
Including JP.
Yeah. You know, Gordon is in a really good spot. He's got Brett Butler, who was very similar to him as a player offensively. One of the all-time best bunters in baseball history. A stolen base guy, great speed guy, base runner. And then Perry Hill to help him with his defense.
Brett Butler got it all started. His first 3 years in the big leagues were right here in Atlanta. There's Bone. Perry Hill's nickname, Bone, that's what they call him.
Two balls, two strikes. Chop to third. Johnson looks the runner back. Flips it across the diamond to get the out. And here is Yelich. Now this is an interesting at bat for Yelich from this perspective. First base is open, but Miller is actually pitching like it's not, because Stanton is on deck.
Which is one of the reasons you like Christian Yelich in this spot with Stanton behind him.
Good breaking ball for strike one. Shelby Miller's out in front, 0-2. Yelich a liner to left, and it's right at Eric Young Jr. Miller gets through the fifth. Marlins leave a runner in scoring position halfway through, 1-1 in Atlanta. Atlanta. Next 2 ball games, Tom Koa, Trevor Cahill, Dan Herron there. He'll get the call on Wednesday. Look at the start time for Marlins Live, folks, on Wednesday, 11:30. Brunch with Craig and Preston. 6:30 tomorrow night for Marlins Live. Next 2 games presented by BMW. Matt Latos now. 1-1 ball game, bottom 5. Latos will face Jace Peterson. Shelby Miller is done for the night. Miller goes 5 innings, 3 hits, a run, a couple walks and a strikeout.
Kind of a revolving door. It'll be interesting to see who settles in and plays more second base this year for the Braves. Bill Gosselin has been out there. Peterson, Callaspo starting in this one. And we saw Jace Peterson in Miami.
Coming over from the San Diego Padres in the first Upton trade.
Yeah, had a good year last year between AA and AAA at over 300.
He's a guy that can run, so you don't want him on base. Cody Martin, the Gonzaga Bulldog, is in the bullpen. Peterson into center field. That's a base hit. And Marcell Ozuna scoops it up. Sam Dyson in Miami's bullpen.
See how the Braves play this now with E.Y. Jr. up there, who's a good bunter.
And has great speed, so if he does lay down an attempt to sacrifice bunt, you can't dally and think about second and then turn to throw to first. If you do that, he'll be by the bag and on, and Lato's throw pops out of Morse's glove, but not far enough for Peterson.
Well, we saw things get a little sloppy last inning, and the Braves took advantage and got a run. Michael Morse got enough glove on it that it didn't go far enough away to allow Peterson to take second.
Another throw to first. We haven't seen Jose Urena warm up. He was to be the long man in case Matt Latos went short. That's not to say that he wouldn't come in later in the ball game. He has been a starter coming up through the minor leagues and opened this year as a starter. The Marlins, at least temporarily, plan to use him in the bullpen.
Yeah, he had one start for New Orleans, went 6 innings, gave up just 1 run.
He's behind Brad Hand there in the bullpen. Center field, Ozuna, back, track, looks, off the wall. Got it cleanly, though. Peterson to third, and that's it. It's a nice play by Marcell Ozuna. It came right back to him, and he holds a speedy runner in Peterson to just the 2 bases. Young has a second double of the night.
Yeah, there's a little location issue right there. Pitch was up and not bunting. Eric Young Jr. and not playing deep. You don't have to play deep, but he gets a hold of that when he gets it over Ozuna's head.
right into the teeth of the order now with Callaspo. And then you've got Markakis, Freeman, and Chris Johnson. Mike Redmond's coming out.
Yeah, he's going to make a move.
And he'll make the move. He wants Sam Dyson into the ball game. So the Marlins, after that rain delay of 39 minutes, trying to squeeze another couple innings out of Matt Latos. He gave up a run in the fourth, and here in the fifth, runners second and third, and nobody out. West Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Soggy night in Atlanta.
Yeah, he made some good pitches. Strike out there, Eric Young. Good breaking ball to get Simmons. We saw some hitters chase some pitches. Good strikeout to get a guy who was tough on him, and Freeman. Things got away a little bit in that fourth inning. The base hit. No chance on the stolen base. Bethencourt got a huge jump. The throw gets away. He makes it over to third. And then scores on what was really a wild pitch. So a little sloppy in that inning. But remember, this was after a 39-minute rain delay. All in all, certainly you take baby steps, but a much better outing tonight than his first outing against Atlanta. Stuff was better. Location was better, certainly.
And you wonder if the finish would be better were it not for that 39-minute rain delay.
Hard to really quantify that start tonight because of the circumstances.
Well,
the game started late, 52 minutes, and then the 39-minute delay.
Here are the circumstances for Sam Dyson. Speed at third, speed at second. And Callaspo at the plate. And a ground ball up the middle in center field. That will score two. And the break, well, hold on. Picked up by Ozuna, and Young is held at third. One of the fastest men in baseball is held at third base, and Callaspo in disbelief looking across the diamond.
Might have missed the bag.
Maybe he did.
He might have missed the bag. Let's see what Bo Porter does. He's waving him home. See, he's waving him home all the way, and I think Eric Young thought he missed the bag. He may not have, but he did. He didn't even come close. So that's why he went back.
Well, for the Braves, the silver lining is there's nobody out, and he has a good chance to score. Dyson gets a ground ball, but it's a single to center. One RBI for Callaspo. Peterson scores. Here's Markakis. You've got Freeman and Johnson lined up. And that's in the left field, and now Young will trot home. And the Braves have 2 runs here in the bottom of the fifth and a 3-1 lead.
And unfortunately, those 2 runs tagged to the line of Matt Latos, whose line is complete now.
4 innings, 5 hits. 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Freeman's lined out, struck out. His first AB, obviously, against Dyson. His breaking ball is in the dirt. You know, we saw this in that opening series. The Braves have lost a lot of thunder from last year. Gaddis, Hayward. But they seem to be a more aggressive team. And they seem to execute offensively very well. Move runners, get them over, get them in.
They had a team function today, a luncheon they do every year for their foundation. Many players were asked different questions. And one of the questions to Johnny Gomes, a veteran, a leader on this club of some young players. One of the questions was, have these guys bought into all this? It's great to see them buying into what Freddie, what some of the veterans are trying to do. Johnny Gomes' response is they have no choice.
That's the value of having a Pierzynski who's there on the right. Gomes, guys that have won world championships. Long run for Yelich. He's going to run out of room. Pierzynski's home run helped sink the Marlins in Game 3 of that series sweep by the Braves. Gomes had a home run in that series against the Mets. Liner to center. Ozuna on it. Got the ball and the throw. And safe at second. Boy, Ozuna came charging in. Callaspo, for a moment, thought it might fall and then had to dart back to the bag, and he just beat the throw.
This is not an easy play because this ball is knuckling, has that moving effect. Ozuna comes in hard, catches the ball, and then tries to release it like a second baseman, turning a double play. Look at the effort by Echeverria with a stretch. Good effort on both ends, just not quite enough, but good job.
Now Chris Johnson. .10:30 in Atlanta. This game is in the bottom of the 5th. Delayed start by 52 minutes, and then a 39-minute rain delay in the middle of the 4th inning. Johnson's hit it hard twice. Knocks that one off his foot. Doubled into the gap in right center in the 2nd. Hit it in the same gap in the 4th. And Giancarlo Stanton was able to run it down, and Stanton is well off the line and shaded towards that gap right now. There's a look at Stanton.
It's one of the reasons Chris Johnson's such a good hitter. He'll use that part of the field. Actually, a lot of his hits go from center to right center. He'll open up, guess curveball, guess breaking ball. He'll pull that pitch once in a while.
There's the breaking ball, and it missed in. Count 2-2. Marlins looking from a little consistency out of their bullpen. The whole homestand, it seemed like the Marlins were off kilter and on their heels. Offense never really got going, save for one big night against the Rays.
Just 3 hits and 1 run tonight.
That one goes to the screen. Second wild pitch of the night.
Well, so far it has not been a good outing for Sam Dyson. Every ball has been hit pretty well, and the wild pitch really sets things up for the Braves now.
Johnson pulls it foul. 3-2. Christian Bethancourt is on deck. Shelby Miller put in his 5 innings. His ball club has given him the lead if they keep it. He's in line for the win, and Johnson takes down low. Dyson has loaded the bases. And here is Chuck Hernandez, Miami's pitching coach, on his way out.
So Dyson has faced 4, 2 singles, a line drive out, and a walk and a wild pitch. Got quite a game going on at Wrigley Field. Reds and Cubs, 6-6 tie going to the bottom of the 9th.
Middle infield back for 2. Corners have crept in. Bags filled with Braves. Bethancourt. It was his stolen base that kind of set things in motion in that 4th inning when the Braves tied the ball game and the Marlins threw it around. Young catcher has also walked in the ball game. He singled to get on base in that 4th inning. One on the ground to short. Echeverria, Gordon's turn in time, and Dyson gets the double play and gets out of the inning, but not before Atlanta puts 2 on the board and takes a 3-1 lead. Check in with Jessica Blaylock.
All right, thanks so much, Rich. Well, this team obviously struggled in those first 2 homestands. So Christian Yelich told me that this road trip is actually coming at a good time. It's a good breaking up of your routine. It almost forces you to set that reset button. And he said that this team recognizes that they haven't played good baseball up to this point, and that's something that they hope to change first here in Atlanta and then as they head to New York and Philadelphia. But Rich, Tommy, obviously a little bit of ground to make up in this one.
Yeah, a lot of time, but it's a script that the Marlins have seen played out already this year. Low-scoring affair, a few mental lapses defensively, and an aggressive Atlanta Braves team creating some scoring opportunities and taking advantage of those opportunities.
A couple of changes. Callaspo moves over to third. He was at second. Peterson, who pinch hits, stays in at second. Chris Johnson comes out of the game, and Cody Martin, the new pitcher, is in his spot. Cody Martin made his major league debut in that series in Miami. Had 4 strikeouts over 2 scoreless innings.
Stan, it's a high fly ball to shallow left. Eric Young Jr. is there, and he makes the catch.
Is it just me, or does it look like Giancarlo is starting to dial in?
Little by little, he hit a ball to the warning track and straightaway center. That's his 3rd fly ball out.
Got a pretty good pitch to hit, too.
Now Martin Prado. He's bounced out, flied out. It's the amazing thing about the Braves pen. When Freddie Gonzalez arrived for opening day, the Braves had just 24 hours earlier traded Craig Kimbrell. What was left in Freddie's bullpen were 3 players that had not pitched an inning in the big leagues, and Prado bangs one into center field for a base hit.
You know, Martin Prado over 340 games here at Turner Field, and his average in this ballpark right around 310. To your point about that bullpen, to Freddie's credit, to Roger McDowell's credit, to those young guys in the bullpen, to their credit, they didn't panic and let the trade of Craig Kimbrell bother them, and they came out blazing.
Yeah, Martin, one of those guys. There's the bullpen ERA, and as I noted before, the Braves bullpen is so good that when they finally gave up a run, they designated for assignment the guy that gave up the run. That was Juan Jaime after yesterday's ball game.
Prior to that base hit by Prado off Cody Martin, the opponent's batting average against their bullpen was 6 for 62, 097. So now it's 7 for 64.
Morse has bounced out twice. Breaking ball, chopper over the middle. Peterson flip. Simmons, little quick release, and a nice scoop by Freeman in a pretty 4-6-3 double play, orchestrated by the 2-time Gold Glover, 2-time Fielding Bible Award winner, Andrelton Simmons. camera person found him. Not that guy. She just left the shot. Sam Dyson for Miami. And he'll face Andrelton Simmons, Cameron Maybin, and then Jace Peterson. 7, 8, 9 for the Braves. Bottom 6.
One of the keys for Dyson right there. Good slider for a strike. We saw that when he got Bethancourt to hit into the double play. Earlier, he was just throwing hard sinkers. When he establishes that slider, it changes a hitter's thought, because now he knows he's got 2 pitches to deal with. There's another good one.
Echeverria throws out Simmons. 1 out here in the 6th. 3 runs, 7 hits for Atlanta. A run on 4 hits for Miami. Marlins have committed an error and a pair of wild pitches. And here's Maybin, who was robbed of extra bases on the great catch by Yelich and then struck out in the 4th. This is almost late night with the fish time, which is odd saying in the 6th inning in Atlanta.
Well, I was thinking too, if it gets beyond midnight, of course we still have some time before that, it'll be Email Twitter Tuesday.
That's happened before. It'll happen tomorrow night, that's for sure. Here's the 1-1. They're in extra innings in Chicago. Top of the 10th. Reds, Cubs, 6-6. Chris Coghlan is enjoying a nice night. 3 for 4 with a home run and a double.
I think the interesting thing about that is that Chris Coghlan, when the Cubs put out their lineup, is their cleanup hitter tonight.
Jorge Soler has homered twice for the Cubs, and Joey Votto has a double and a triple for the Reds. Great to see him healthy and the legs strong. A much different hitter, certainly. John Lester got knocked around. 6 innings, 6 runs, 10 hits. Maybin walks.
I think Big Papi's home run today was career number 468.
Here's Jace Peterson. Stayed in the ball game after a pinch hit single and a run scored in the 5th. Arizona shutting out San Diego early, 4-0. That's in the 2nd. That's in San Diego. Padres are 4-3. Diamondbacks 3-3. The Dodgers are home against, of all people, Seattle. And Seattle has a home run from Nelson Cruz.
So he's hit 3 already. That's early on been a good sign for the Mariners.
That home run coming off of Brandon McCarthy pitching for the Dodgers. Rays beat Toronto. That was the home opener for the Blue Jays. Jake Odorizzi is now 2-0 for the Rays. We're off to a 4-3 start. Brad Boxberger's 3rd save.
Two-hour and 30-minute game. R.A. Dickey pitched for the Blue Jays.
Maybin away from first. And running on the pitch high. Saltalamacchia's throw picked and held on the tag by Echeverria. Nice play by Adeiny Echeverria to pick it. Saltalamacchia throws out Cameron Maben.
That really is, because you think about all the things Echeverria is thinking about as he goes over to cover the bag. First of all, he's got the runner coming in. Now he sees the throw is going to be in the dirt. He has to pick it and then get the tag on Maben. Good job of Saltalamacchia getting rid of it. He's done that a couple of times tonight. He threw out Simmons back in the 4th.
That one pulled foul.
Something he has worked on is that quick release, getting rid of the ball a little bit quicker.
Swing and a miss, and Dyson finishes Chase Peterson. 6 innings have passed, 3-1 Atlanta. Turner Field in Atlanta. Marlins and Braves. About an hour and a half worth of rain delays. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton, Jessica played 3-1 Atlanta on top of the Marlins. Miami had a 1-0 lead in the 3rd. Braves getting to Matt Latos after a 39-minute rain delay in the middle of the 4th for a run in that 4th and 2 more in the 5th. A.J. Ramos in Miami's bullpen. Cody Martin, 2nd inning. Marcelo Zuna, Jared Saltalamacchia, and Adeiny Echeverria.
Well, a nice inning by Sam Dyson to finish things off. And all of a sudden, with the last batter of the inning before, when he got the double play ball, the slider came into play for him.
2 good at bats by Ozuna, a double and a walk. And that first at bat was a prolonged one where he fought off a number of pitches to get to the one he wanted, and he smoked it down the 3rd baseline. It was an 11 pitch at bat. Bethancourt took a shot down below. Jeff Kellogg, the home plate umpire, will hop out, brush off the plate. He checked to see if Bethancourt needed a little more time. Bethancourt is ready to go. 1-2. Tommy had that stat earlier in the telecast talking about hitters with 2 strikes. And Ozuna on that list.
Yeah, top 5 since 2014. Base hits with 2 strikes. Ozuna has 72. The leader, Matt Carpenter, with 79. Not this time.
Nope. Good breaking ball from Martin. Ten-game mini plans on sale now. 10-game plans start as low as $240. Include tickets to some of the season's biggest games at Marlins Park. Quantities are limited. You can get your 10-game plan today at 1-877-MARLINS or go to marlins.com/2015 tickets. Saltalamacchia. And remember, with any season ticket plan, new this year, Marlins batting practice is open to those that have a season ticket plan, whether full or partial. The doors for those ticket holders open at 4:30, and you can get in to see Marlins batting practice. And I suspect that it's, I believe it is happy hour at the Budweiser bar, starting at 4:30. Saltalamacchia swings and misses at a breaking ball. He strikes out. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th.
Well, he saw a steady diet of that breaking ball from Cody Martin. And the one before he swung at, Cody Martin said, well, if you're going to chase that one, I'll try you again.
Just 4 hits in this one.
The only extra base hit, the Ozuna double in the 2nd.
Miami had 8 hits yesterday, but a lot of them came late in the ball game when it was already out of hand. Roller out to short, and Simmons across the diamond in time to get Echeverria. Miami down in order in the 7th. In soggy Atlanta. Tomorrow's starters presented by Chevron. 6:30 for Marlins Live. Tom Kohler and Trevor Cahill. They will start tomorrow night's ball game. Hopefully, they will start the ball game on time. Tonight's game, far from it. Delayed almost an hour before the start of the game. And another 39 minutes in the middle of the 4th inning. So an hour and a half of delays tonight in Atlanta. But give credit to the Braves. The Braves have, when the game is stopped and resumed, when it did, the Braves all of a sudden came to life. They got a run in the bottom of the fourth after that delay, and then 2 more in the fifth. A.J. Ramos takes over for Sam Dyson. Matt Latos went 4 innings in this game, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Ramos' first pitch. This is outside. Eric Young Jr. 2 doubles tonight. He's got 3 doubles and a triple on the season.
He's made the most of his hits, because with that, he's still hitting just 227.
Braves somewhat of a platoon in left field. Johnny Gomes getting some starts out there. A platoon at third base with Callaspo and Chris Johnson.
Safe to say they have some moving parts this year.
Which, you know, in some places isn't all that bad. The Oakland Athletics have made a pretty nice living with some platoons. And Bob Melvin has been able to make it work over the last 3-4 seasons.
Bob Melvin will be working Cody Ross in the lineup every once in a while now.
That is a swing from Eric Young Jr. Strikeout for Ramos. Ramos had that situation against the Rays where the Marlins went to the pen and he had not been up a whole lot. He came in and threw his 8 warm-up pitches and wasn't sharp. One of the, and we noted the other night, one of the nuances of the speed up pace of play rules this year, with the clock and the ready for play and the pitchers trying to speed them up. Strike at the knees. There no longer is an 8-pitch limit. If you get out there early and you can throw 10 pitches before the clock is down to what, 40, you could throw 10 pitches. And so if you're a reliever and you need a little more work, or you're a starter and it's been a long inning, it behooves you to bust your rear end to get out there
and work quickly.
And you can take as many as you can get in that time frame. Up the middle, Gordon, nice pick, and he gets Callaspo. On the flip side, if you dawdle and you don't get out there in time, you don't get any guaranteed number of pitches. You just have to stop by the time the clock gets down.
When will they enforce that, though? Is that going to be enforced right away if a guy hasn't thrown his 8 pitches and all of a sudden the clock's run out?
It's a soft launch, so yeah. I believe enforcement starts in May. And the enforcement is not docking balls for pitchers or strikes for hitters that get out of the box. This year, it's money, it's fines. Players will be fined, much like when a player throws his helmet. Jim Johnson, Atlanta's bullpen. Markakis fouls it at the plate.
AJ impresses. You talk to scouts and they'll bring up AJ Ramos' name a lot. Not big of stature, but they see his fastball, the breaking ball he has, the changeup he has. He's a reliever who could start because of his repertoire.
Some relievers are pitchers. They say to start in the big leagues, you got to have command of at least 3. And it helps to have 4.
Which is interesting because coming up in the Marlins organization, A.J. Ramos started just 1 game. Started a game for Jacksonville. That was on a rehab, though, I think.
3-2. Ramos comes off the mound. Thought he had the strikeout. Markakis on his way to first. Watch AJ after the pitch. Not a bad pitch.
No, it wasn't.
Fox Track says it's pitch number 7. It looks like it's just low. Now Freeman has lined out twice to center and struck out.
Good change-ups.
All 3 pitches have been in the same spot from Ramos.
Well, one of the change-ups, Freeman missed, swung and missed. But one of the areas, in talking about A.J. Ramos, and we mentioned it, I think, the last time he pitched, that he needs improvement on is to keep the walks from coming up and biting him. I mean, he'll work out of jams. He'll put guys on base, and then he'll seem to work out of jams. But all of a sudden now, with 2 quick outs, he's walked 2 in a row.
Sometimes that second part of that statement doesn't quite work. That's working out of it. He had a rough outing. We talked about his entrance into Game 1 against the Rays. His career numbers.
That's a lot of walks. 157 innings. But a lot of strikeouts.
Kelly Johnson, pinch hitting. Good changeup.
He's got good arm action with that changeup.
Carter Capps. Little dribbler out to Gordon. Gets the out. And Ramos strands those 2 walks. To the 8th. Miami's down 3-1. Time for our Toyota Trend. Opening day, 23 players whose fathers also played Major League Baseball. 3 of them are here tonight. D. Gordon, Tom Gordon, Chris Johnson, Ron Johnson, Eric Young Jr., Eric Young Sr. So 3 of the 23 here tonight. And a couple of moving parts as this inning starts. On the mound and at the plate. There's the mound. Jim Johnson takes over for Cody Martin. Johnson, as you see, has been very good this year. 5th appearance, has yet to give up a run. And Ichiro will pinch hit to open the inning and takes a fastball up.
Well, Jim Johnson has been so good. They have the 2 veterans down there, himself and then Jason Grilli. Grilli had been worked a little bit, so Johnson picked up a save the other day. Grilli has 3 saves. And that's not where Johnson usually lives, up there. He usually has that real heavy sinker that he keeps down in the zone.
Ichiro, a fastball that's in. Ichiro got a start in yesterday's ball game. He had a sacrifice fly and a base hit. Pulls one to the right side. Friedman gets to the bag and gets the out. So 1 out here in the 8th. Here's D. Gordon. Miami trying to get some people on base. Giancarlo Stanton quiet tonight. 0 for 3. Michael Morse 0 for 3. Gordon has a hit and a stolen base. It's 1 for 3.
Yeah, Giancarlo is still looking for that first home run. Hit his first home run last year in the 3rd game of the season against the Rockies.
He's had some years in which he's had droughts. 2012, his 20th game before he homered. In 2013, his 18th. Gordon staring at a 3-0 count. Christian Yelich is next. And Gordon walks. I think the Marlins are finding out, at least in the first week and now starting the 2nd week. And it's not just the Marlins, but across baseball. It is really hard to come back against bullpens these days. Good bullpens. And the Braves bullpen, statistically, has been the best in baseball to start the year. Now, they're not headlining names. Jim Johnson did not have a great year last year. Fastball misses in. Not many people had heard of Cody Martin before. Grilli certainly has answered the bell in the absence of Kimbrel. But in this game right now, if you're down a couple runs and you get into a meat grinder of a bullpen, that can be trouble. One to Yelich.
Yeah, Jim Johnson was kind of out there for the taking. We talked about his years in 2012 and 13. He had 51 and 50 saves, but last year with Oakland and Detroit, he actually spent some time in the minor leagues. Didn't do a whole lot, so he signed with the Braves as a free agent.
Ball and a strike.
You wonder if that's the case around baseball, if we see more games where not only the Marlins but other teams really focus on those early innings. and try to set up run scoring situations early in games before you have to deal with bullpens.
And again, I think it depends on the bullpen. There was a time, and not that long ago in baseball, where you wanted to get the pitch count up, get the starter out of there, and get into the pen. And I think if you can get into the pen in the soft middle of the pen, say the 5th and 6th inning, but more and more teams have got big arms in the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. 1-2 coming. And Yelich strikes out.
Well, I think I talked about it the other night. Read an article where most bullpens nowadays took a little off that, had some movement. Most bullpens have at least 3 guys who are 95 miles an hour or more.
Here's Stanton now. Braves infield on the left side is swung towards the line. Johnson misses. Stanton has flied out 3 times. Twice to center, the second of which sent Cameron Maben squarely on the warning track. And in the 6th inning, shallow left field.
Giancarlo now just 3 for 22 to start this season. Hit 8 home runs last year.
There are not many people here at all after 2 rain delays on school night. Two-0 pitch to Stanton. And a fastball for a strike. Prado next.
A little breaking ball. Johnson doesn't use that a lot, but effective with that one. Over the top, little curve ball.
Now the 2-2. Fastball up. Count is full. Gordon will be running on the pitch. Got him. Stanton strikes out. 95-mile-an-hour sinker. Jim Johnson looks sharp. The Braves bullpen still in lockdown mode. And the Marlins down by a couple. Night for the offense here in Atlanta. MLB.com ballpark app, perfect complement to your visit to either Marlins Park, Turner Field, or any major league park. You can view maps of the ballpark. They've got menus, order food from your seats. You can access and display your game tickets for entry into the ballpark. Check in with the ballpark app, receive special offers and gifts. MLB.com ballpark app today. Carter Capps on for Miami.
Carter Capps coming up with the group of new arrivals today. Seeing his major league, some of that with Seattle, some of that as a Marlin.
Christian Bethancourt, Braves catcher, Andrelton Simmons, Cameron Maybin, Caps at 98. And that's where he lives, 98 and above. Count is 0-1.
Yeah, his average fastball last year was 97.4. 6 times he touched 100. And you throw in a nasty slider like that, and when he has command, he's pretty much unhittable.
And a funky, funky delivery. Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Bethancourt. So funky is Cap's delivery. And when he got down to the minor leagues, on 4 occasions in an outing, the umpiring crew of the minor leagues called him for an illegal pitch because, much like former Brave, current Cardinal Jordan Waldman, he lunges off the pitching rubber and is off the rubber, as every pitcher is, but his is much more dramatic and pronounced.
Yeah, there are others. Tim Lincecum with his delivery kind of disengages with the pitching rubber.
Little tapper. Prado on to first.
But it was very frustrating for Capps, all of a sudden having pitched in the major leagues and really not having that called, and then having it called in the minor leagues. There it is. It is pretty noticeable.
It is. And the Marlins got on the phone right away and called not only Major League Baseball, but also called the minor league baseball umpires group and kind of ironed it out. That delivery that we just saw looked much more pronounced than we've seen before. Yes.
Than I remember seeing last year and a little bit in spring training.
From Capps or from Waldman. One 0 pitch. Checkers will bring you Marlins Live. Craig Minervini, Preston Wilson. Slumping sluggers. Matt Latos in a rain-interrupted outing tonight. And in watching either Capps or Walden or Lincecum, you realize that people say, hey, that the hitter is 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher. Not really.
Well, they weren't when Randy Johnson pitched either.
By the time they stretch out and the time they deliver the pitch, that's closer to 50 than it is to 60.
Carter Capps still just 24 years old, too.
Maybin, and Ozuna makes a running catch. Miami is down to their last 3 outs. 10th pitch inning for Carter Capps. Martin Prado leads it off. Pretty good starting pitching, lights out bullpen, and enough runs to get by.
Well, the Braves bullpen so far this year against the Marlins has thrown 14 shutout innings. Now they'll turn it over to the veteran, Jason Grilli. We just saw another veteran, Jim Johnson, complete things in the 8th inning. Now it's up to Grilli.
Martin Prado, Michael Morse, Marcell Ozuna.
Grilli so far 3 out of 3 in save opportunities.
Really, the 38-year-old. Last year, Pirates and Angels, and he did not pitch well. 1-5 with an ERA right at 4.
This is Grilli's 18th year as a professional.
First taste of the big leagues came as a Marlin.
Yeah, back in 2001 game, and then he appeared in 6 games in 01. And he's still throwing hard. We saw that in Miami. His fastball was 93 to 95. He'll mix in a few more sliders than Johnson. So far having trouble commanding his fastball, though. Everything's been up.
To Prado, and Prado drills it in the gap, left center field. It's going to get to the wall. Around first, into second, and the Marlins have a leadoff double in the 9th. Second hit for Prado.
And with a base runner every time now, the Marlins get a chance to have the tying run come to the plate. Grilli's been up with everything. Even that 3-1 fastball was up, and Prado doesn't waste any time jumping on that pitch and finding the gap. Last 2 ABs for Prado. He's hit the ball well.
Now Morse. Ozuna to follow. And then Saltalamacchia. Dialed straight back, it's 0-1. Morse 0 for 3 tonight. All three have been ground balls on the infield. Really gets strike 2. Struggled to score runs again. Morse is the tying run at the plate in the 9th with nobody out. Braves bullpen has been perfect against the Marlins all year. This is game number 4. They were brilliant in that 3-game sweep, 10 innings, no runs. And another 5-inning start from Shelby Miller in this one. Morse battling the 38-year-old Jason Grilli.
A couple veterans going at it here.
Down goes Morse. So a double by Prado. Grilli strikes out Morse.
That time the battle won by the veteran Grilli on a slider.
Marcelo Ozuna has doubled, walked, and struck out. Oh, and 1.
All of a sudden, remember the first batter that Grilli faced, Martin Prado, he struggled with some fastballs, left a lot of them up. All of a sudden, he's found his slider.
Prado doubled the left center. Ozuna looking at an 0-2 pitch. Frozen.
Yep, slider, and we saw that the other day with Giancarlo being frozen on a fastball after being lulled with some off-speed stuff.
It's a strike.
And it's a strike, and a perfect pitch by Grilli.
Saltalamacchia, who homered in the 9th inning of yesterday's ball game, takes outside. Adeiny Echeverria is on deck. Whether he gets to hit or not is still in question if his turn comes up. To Saltalamacchia. Now 2-1. And it's 3-1 now. Miami has used Ichiro as a pinch hitter.
Your options are limited if you're Mike Redmond. You have Jeff Baker, a right-handed hitter. Donovan Solano. You have Reed Brignac, but he just joined the ball club. Just got here.
Echeverria is 1 for 2. He did have a base hit earlier in the game, and he's got 3 at-bats under his belt. JT Realmuto. Right now it's 3-2. Grilli trying to end it. Saltalamacchia trying to extend it. And it's out. Miami has runners first and second, and it is Echeverria who will come to the plate, and the Marlins will run for Saltalamacchia.
Realmuto, the runner, should this game go to the bottom half of the inning, he'll go behind the plate. That's why he was getting loose.
Realmuto, very athletic catcher with pretty good speed. Now Echeverria takes a strike, and you've got the pitcher spot up next, so you're going to need a pinch hitter in that spot. Two for 24 on the season, 1 for 2 tonight. And in the hole right now, Jeff Baker is on deck. And right now you got a 38-year-old veteran, Jason Grilli, having a great start to 2015, and a young shortstop who's really struggling, and Adeiny Echeverria. Stays alive, trying to throw the fastball by him. Again, and it's out. And it's 1-2. 23 pitches in. Grilli trying to save his 4th game already for the Braves.
He's had to work a little bit in this one.
Prado's at second. Realmuto's at first. 2 outs. 1-2 pitch. Liner to left field. It's a base hit. Round third, coming home is Prado, and Echeverria comes through. Miami's within a run. Realmuto stops at second. And a nice at bat by Adeiny Echeverria.
Wasn't a bad pitch. It was a slider, good breaking ball. Watch where it is. Looks like it's down. A little bit out over the plate, but that's with a good swing. Good to see him come up with a couple of base hits tonight. And the Marlins have broken through a little bit to this Atlanta Braves bullpen.
That's right. Finally in game 4, Miami has a run against the Braves pen. And
you have Big stepping in, who has just one plate appearance this year. He drew a walk, but did a terrific job last year. Off the bench, .316 pinch hitter, 12 pinch hits, a home run, 9 RBIs.
Grilly with a slider to open the at-bat, and it's 0-1. Realmuto the runner at second. Echeverria's at first. Outfield not too deep and a bit towards right center. Ball and a strike. D. Gordon on deck. Tying run at second. Go aheads at first. 27th pitch for Grilly. And he dots the corner with a fastball.
Well, so far, Jeff Baker's seen slider for a strike. He's seen fastball for a strike.
One, two. There's the slider. It's out. Really approaching 30 pitches. Tying run. Realmuto, he's at second. Good speed with Echeverria at first. 2-2 to Baker. Strike three called. He got him. Came in with a fastball. Froze him. And Jason Grilly at 38 leads the major leagues in 4 saves. The Braves bullpen holds again. And the Marlins drop to 1-6 to start the year.
Jeff Baker just could never pull the trigger in that AB.
And so Grilly finishes what Shelby Miller started, but there was help between the two. Cody Martin, Jim